Easy fix. Easy fix. Well, at last, we will go on record. Now we're on record. We'll go to the 8:15 compliance calendar. First matter is John Tuttle. Mr. Tuttle, you're here for an allegation that you've been on an SOC since May 3rd of 2020. You were to have obtained a drug and alcohol evaluation within 120 days. Those days have long since passed, but we do have a drug and alcohol evaluation that we received on March 17th at 8:15. We received it this morning.
Oh, really?
Well, except for, it looks like we received it March 7th, so we've had it a full week.
Oh, okay.
Anything you'd like to say in
Like I
response to
was
the allegation?
I was in treatment there for a while, but then in early November, I got extremely sick, and with COVID, our whole family had it in the house. And like it made my immune system super weak, and I was sick for about 2 months.
That looks to be the case back in the file. You had been in treatment, but dropped out. Does the city have a position in the matter? It was a 2-year SOC, which scheduled to have ended March 5th.
Do we have any non-appearances? Do we have any?
No, these then regular has gone to warrant status, but that was I think an address issue. But other than that, you guys showed up for a court as scheduled.
Well, our hands are tied. The agreement's the agreement.
Mr. Tuttle, the city's position is the agreement was the agreement. You haven't complied. That leaves us with two things. Either you can admit the violation and I'll enter a finding of guilt, which would go on your record as a conviction. I wouldn't impose anything by the way of jail time or any additional fine or any additional conditions. However, a conviction for assault 4th degree DV does carry the firearm prohibition. You would not be able to have possession or control of a firearm until your rights are restored. You can deny that you were in violation. We can set it for a hearing with your attorney present. What would you like to do? You know, to go back a little bit, this is an agreement between yourself and the city, and I don't have any say about the enforcement of the contract.
Yeah, no, I understand.
I would find at a hearing if you didn't, that was a material violation, but you may want to talk to, go ahead.
Is there a way that we could like push out another court date and then I talk to an attorney and see what I should do?
Well, enter a formal denial, yes, and set it for a hearing. You were represented by Mr. Haverco. We can set it for a period of time when he's going to be here in person, if you want to do that.
Yeah, if that's okay. I don't want to make myself in any more trouble.
That's perfectly okay. That's perfectly okay. That's your right. That's your right to do that.
Okay.
You are entitled to a full hearing on this sort of thing. We'll reset this for a hearing with Mr. Haverco on. Let's go to 7th. The 14th. Yeah, it wouldn't be the. Let's go to the 14th. Of course, make sure. Yeah. Dan knows. So resetting the matter for a hearing on April 14th. And there'll be an order on today's hearing. And it'll have Mr. Haverco's contact information if you haven't retained that. Okay. I'm now electronically signing today's order. Mr. Tuttle, you'll be able to get a copy of today's order by going to the window outside the courtroom to your left. And yes, it might not be a bad idea to contact Mr. Haverco
Yeah.
within the next day or so.
All right.
Good luck to you. Take care. Thank you for your patience. You have a good day.
Thank you.
We've had people come in for the 8:15 calendar. Pardon? Your name is? Ms. James, come on up. We'll take your matter now. James, the treatment has always been an issue in this case. How's life going?
It's pretty difficult right now.
As of March 10th, you were in full compliance with the Swaley's treatment. The concern I had was, of course, your record, which is not anywhere near as good as it should be. And we've sort of had trouble getting in touch with you and getting you to appear.
Getting in touch, how? I've showed up to all my court dates. And then I did do the video.
And you have
visit.
had a subsequent, you were convicted of DUI, a second degree and operating a vehicle without ignition interlock on the December, date of violation, December 8th, 2020. Our date of violation was in August 20. So it would appear that Ms. James is in compliance at this time. City, have a position at all?
No, Your Honor.
It's Ms. James, one option I would have would be to, if I found he had violated the terms of your sentence by getting a new violation, I could impose, a jail sanction. I'm not inclined to do that. I want to make sure you stay with sobriety, stay in treatment. We'll want to get regular treatment reports from the Swaley. I realize in the day and age of COVID, things are not rolling along as smoothly as we would like them to. I'm not going to impose any sanction at this time, except wish you the best of luck. Is that, the last thing in the world you should do is violate the ignition interlock laws or get behind the wheel of a car after you've had anything to drink at all. You cannot mix drinking and driving, and sometimes that means that alcohol is just not a good friend and shouldn't be a part of your life at all. I'll leave that up to you and treatment. I wish you the best of luck. I'm not going to impose any sanction at this time. Yes, sir. Yes, you can. Come on up if you would. And if you would state your name for the record.
My name is Robert O'Brien.
Good afternoon, sir. Good morning. Sorry.
Thank you for letting me speak. I'm married to her mom. And Melissa's been doing her we've been seeing to it that she gets to her treatment and all of the stuff she's got to go to over in the Swallow health services over there.
I'm
I
familiar.
wanted to say too that her mom's had some what do you call it? She had.
She currently had a stroke, so she's in the.
She had a stroke.
She's had about 3 of them done, so we're on our way back there today. And but she's been doing real well, helping us.
And then prior, he was in the ER. Yeah.
Ms. James, Hey, I'm very glad to hear that Kelly Knittel is back with the Swally treatment. He's one of the best there is.
Okay.
And I must admit, I didn't recognize you when you came in because yes, you look to be something of a different person from the last time we saw each other in face to face. So I want to stick with the treatment, and it sounds like you've got a mother to take care of here that needs help. Stroke is that's one of the worst things that can happen to you.
Yeah, I just got out of the hospital too. I had major surgery.
Oh boy.
And the week went by and then she got hit by the strokes.
Oh
So
no.
She ended up back in the hospital.
Oh.
I appreciate it too. Thank you very much.
Thanks for speaking on behalf of Ms. James, and I wish you both the best of luck. And I'm hoping that that your mother has a fine recovery. You take care of yourself.
Okay, thank you. Do I have to pick up any paperwork or?
No, just make sure that you remain in compliance and make sure that the Swally treatment gives us treatment reports on a regular basis.
Okay,
Every other month or so.
okay,
But yeah, just stay out of trouble. That's the other thing.
okay.
Take care.
Thank you.
Thank you for your patience, and you have a good day.
Thank you much.
Hey, thank you, sir. You take care. Do I need to sign this?
No.
Franks. Call the matter of Yelm versus Robert Franks. Mr. Franks, if you're present, go ahead and let us know.
Yes, you're fine over here, so we don't want to back up, so yours has to be, but yeah, I see it.
He's on, but he's not hearing me. Maybe he's muted or something. There he is. Mr. Frank, it looks like you're muted. If you'd unmute yourself, that'd be great. Mr. Frank, again, if you'd unmute yourself, we'll address your matter at this time.
How's it going, Anna?
Good morning. How are you?
Doing pretty good. How about yourself?
Not bad at all. It looks like we're here in connection with two different matters. One is a reckless driving data violation back on 8/1 of 2020. That was on an SOC, the end of which is 10/29/21. You owe $125 on that. The other is a driving license suspended matter of the same date.
Okay.
Is there any problem? And it looks like you may have some new cases.
With Pierce County, I think I have one, for new case. And then also for the payment on the Yelm, I just need a little bit more time to do that. I just had a bunch going on and I just haven't had a chance to get the 125 to you guys, but I will have it and I will make sure that it's paid.
You know any position? It sounds like Mr. Franks just needs a little bit of time to come up with the money.
Yeah, if you didn't mind, Your Honor, that'd be really helpful if I just had a little bit more time.
City have a position?
Well, it's been going on since 2020.
Mr. Franks, about how much time would you need to come up
Um,
with 25?
to be honest, Your Honor, today is, what is the number today? The 17th, so I get paid around the 23rd. So like, you know what I'm saying, by like I like the 20, so I'd say just before the end of the month, really. So you maybe say the first of the next month or whatever will be paid.
I'll defer to the city.
There's new violations and there hasn't been a fine paid. Part of the deal was to get it done, city's revoking.
Mr. Frank, the city has moved to revoke the SOC as to reckless driving and DWS third. If you would admit that you were in violation of the SOC, I would enter a finding of guilty. I would not impose jail time or a fine. However, it would go on your record as a criminal conviction. If you deny that you're in violation of the agreement, we can set the matter for a hearing with your attorney present.
What would you recommend, Your Honor? Sounds like the first one. I should just go with the first one. It sounds a lot more easier in my case.
What the first one would involve an admission that you were in violation of the agreement, and that would result in the reckless driving and DWS third being converted to a conviction on your record. I'm not going to impose any additional fine or any jail time at all, suspended or otherwise. I would simply close the case. I don't believe the city would recommend anything.
No, Your Honor, just simply close the
Other than
case.
Hey, to be honest, Your Honor, if we could do that, I'd really appreciate it.
I'll take that as admission and enter findings of guilt as to reckless driving, data violation 8-1, driving license suspended, revoked, same day. I'll enter a finding of guilt as to that as well. Mr. Frank, that concludes the matter. I want to wish you the best of luck. You still have, it looks like, other matters pending. I'm going to wish you the best of luck with them as well. You take care of yourself, okay?
I appreciate it. Thank you for your time.
Pardon, go ahead.
Oh, I said I appreciate it, Your Honor, and I appreciate your time too. Thank you.
Frank, thank you. You take care of yourself, and good luck to you. We'll send you a copy of today's order.
Thank you.
Call the matter of Yelm versus Sandra Ott. Ms. Ott, if you're present, we'll address your matter now. Ms. Ott, you appear to be muted. If you'd unmute yourself, and when you have, let us know, and we'll proceed with your matter.
Your Honor, I'm looking here at Prosperity Council.
Okay,
Ms. Ott, I hear you. Yeah, we're going to address your matter now. I'll turn to the city first.
Your Honor,
okay,
Your Honor, I think the issue was intensive outpatient treatment, and I'm looking here at a letter dated March 16th, which was yesterday. So this, and it says that she has a scheduled bed date for April 10th.
I'm looking at the same.
So I think we can strike the hearing and reset it maybe sometime in June for review.
Ms. Ott, it looks like we've just received information that you're getting on with what you're with IOP. Hey, better late than never. Glad to hear you're doing that.
yes,
Our inclination would be to follow through with this and make sure we know about that. Make sure we get treatment reports filed with us. We'll set the matter for
okay,
for review hearing. Second court date in June, just to make sure that you're on the right track. Is that going to work?
yes, Your Honor. They want me to check every Monday to see if I can get in sooner.
Hey, that's great. I'm going to wish you the best of luck. How is life going otherwise?
Real good, sir.
Hey, I'm glad to hear that. You take care. Not going to take
Uh,
any. Glad to hear you're back, jumping back into compliance. We'll send you a copy of today's order. It'll have your next court date on it. That'll be in June, June 23rd, 8:15.
All right. Thank you, Your Honor.
Take care of yourself, Ms. Ott, and we'll talk to you in June.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ott.
All right. Bye.
We'll be sending you a copy of today's order.
All right. Thank you.
Now, this is kind of different. Here, look at this. I've never seen that happen. All the signature. What the? That was big. Ms. Sanchez, good morning. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
It looks like you're here because of an alleged EHM violation. How did that happen to come about?
I'm not sure. It's hold on. You okay? I'm not sure.
It looks like you left without permission on February 14th and 15th. Was that in connection with a funeral?
Yeah, I think that was. Let's see. Or it might have been. You said February. Did you say February?
It looks like you're back in compliance now. The funeral was on February 10th, and it looks like you were MIA the 14th and 15th. See any?
That might have been for me going to the hospital. Cause I don't remember when I went to the hospital, but I'm trying to think. You said February, right?
Yep. And how are things going with the county?
With what?
With
Hold on, I gotta get away from my son.
are you still on EHM with Thurston County?
No. Sorry, I need to get him. Sorry.
What I'm inclined to do is just note the violation. This didn't look like there was any drinking. An MIA for a day or two, and give Ms. Sanchez a mulligan on this, and wish for complete full compliance in the future.
I'm fine with that, Your Honor.
Ms. Sanchez, what we'll do is just note the alleged violation at this time, and strike the hearing. Not asking for any sanctions, or not going to impose any sanction of any kind, but it's very important that you remain in full.
Yes.
By the EHM program, okay?
Okay.
You take care of yourself, all right?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Am I done here?
If the jail's on, we'll take the jail. Come back to the no shows. Good morning.
Morning, Judge. Can you hear me?
I certainly can. I can see your client.
Yeah, this is Kevin John Jones. He has 3 matters on this morning, Judge. I've had an opportunity to discuss his cases with him yesterday, and we're ready to proceed if you are.
Mr. Jones, we are. Mr. Jones, for the record, is your name Kevin John Jones Jr.?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Jones, I'll defer to your attorney for the status of the matter, which is at the pretrial agreement level. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Your Honor. So I had an opportunity to discuss Mr. Jones's cases with him, and we're prepared to enter guilty pleas to both charges this morning. We discussed, what an arraignment is. The cases are on today for arraignment, which is to be apprised or read the charges and to be read his rights, right to trial and right to counsel and all of those rights. And so he understands that. Pursuant to proposing to enter pleas, we're proposing to waive formal arraignment. And if the court's willing to do that, then we're ready to proceed with pleas. I prepared a statement of defendant on plea of guilty with respect to these charges. And then we would like to then proceed with sentencing.
Mr. Jones, do you disagree with anything at all that your attorney just said?
No.
I'm looking at a statement of defendant on the plea of guilty to 2 counts of criminal trespass of the 2nd degree. Plea form tells me you're 34 years of age. Do you have any trouble at all reading, understanding the English language?
No.
And have you discussed the plea agreement with your attorney?
Yes.
Have you any questions that you might have had? Were they answered?
Yes.
Now, if I accept the pleas, you give up the rights contained in paragraph 5 of the plea form, and I could impose up to the maximum by each for each offense, which would be 90 days in jail, given that this is a simple misdemeanor. You realize that?
Yes.
With that in mind, as to 1 count of a criminal trespass 2nd degree and a 2nd count of same offense, criminal trespass 2nd degree, alleged to have occurred within the city of Yelm on October 2nd, 2020, and then again on January 3rd, 2022. Excuse me, March 8th, 2022.
Correct.
How do you plead, guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
You make those pleas of your own free will?
Yes.
Anybody make any threats or promises to you to make you plead guilty?
No.
The recommended sentence would be all jail time suspended, it looked like, on the condition of law-abiding behavior. Mr. Dowie, anything to add by way of the?
No, Your Honor, it's agreed.
Mr. Haverko, anything to add?
Nothing to add. Just want to let the court know that I did receive a phone call from a lady who's a psychologist. She works with a nonprofit organization in this area, and they've been working on a housing situation. It's not a permanent fix, but they were trying to seek some help for Mr. Jones. And so apparently they're working in conjunction with, I don't know where they get their funding, but they proposed to put him in some kind of long-term stay in a hotel for, it sounded like either a month or 2 or 3 to try to get him some services and, kind of give him some help to get straightened out. So I just wanted the court to know that he's got some people here to pick him up from the jail today on the hope that Your Honor goes along with the recommendation and releases him.
Mr. Jones, glad to hear about that. Is there anything you'd like to tell me in addition to that? You have a right to tell me anything I should know.
That sounds about right to me. I've been waiting to talk to this lady for a while, so she's supposed to be meeting me shortly or something like that today or something. That's what she said. So,
Mr. Jones, I'm going to follow the recommendation, 90 days in jail on each charge, all suspended on the condition you have law of any behavior. You know, you've committed the same offense basically 3 times now, and we've had trouble getting you to come to court, and I hate to see somebody keep repeating the same mistake over and over again. I'm going to wish you the best of luck. Given your circumstances financially, I'm not going to impose any fine, but it's simply going to be 90 days in jail, all suspended. That leaves you with quite a bit of suspended jail time, about 1.5 years, including the earlier conviction for dated October 2nd.
And Judge, just for the record keeping, I don't know if we want maybe just on the sentence compliance, you know, the probation violation case, just note the violation, but no action at this time.
Is that the city's position?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
The city's not recommending any sanction, so that's, unless you have a hold on you from some other jurisdiction, you'll be released on our hold today. I'm going to wish you the best of luck, and please follow through with getting yourself housing so you're not out on the street, okay?
Oh, yes, yeah. I don't want to end up there again, so.
Good luck, Mr. Jones.
Thanks.
Take care.
I'm not here. I don't know what you said.
Brent, go ahead and sign off on the JNS if you would.
I'd be happy to do that. It is signed.
Perfect. I will do the same.
Again, have our note, nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. Come on in. And have a seat here. All right. Oh, ow. Your Honor, this is Jeffrey David Ford, Jr.
Mr. Ford, good morning. How are you?
I'm good.
Matters set for arraignment at this time. I'll defer to Mr. Haverko. I'm appointing him to represent you in this matter. I'll turn to him for the status of your matter.
Thank you, Your Honor. I had an opportunity to discuss this case with Mr. Ford yesterday, and we talked about the case and his rights and everything that's going on. And he understands what an arraignment is, which is where Your Honor would read to him what he's charged with and what his rights are, including his right to counsel. We discussed that. He would like to waive a formal arraignment today for the purpose of proceeding with a plea, a statement of defendant on plea of guilty in anticipation of that, which I prepared. And I believe it should be in front of Your Honor. And so we're ready to proceed if you are.
Mr. Ford, do you disagree with anything at all Mr. Haverko just said?
No.
For the record, is your name Jeffrey David Ford Jr.?
Yes, sir.
24 years of age?
Yes,
Have you gone over the plea form with Mr. Havercook?
yes.
If you had any question about what it meant to plead guilty to a criminal offense, was your question answered?
What do I say? Yes.
If I accept the plea, you give up the rights contained in paragraph 5, no trial, no appeal. There simply could be a sentencing of up to the maximum, which in your case would be 90 days in jail, since criminal trespass second degree is a simple misdemeanor. Do you understand that?
Yes.
With that in mind, as to one count of criminal trespass in the second degree alleged to have occurred within the city of Yelm on July 8, 2021, how do you plead guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
Make that plea of your own free will.
Yes.
Anybody make any threats or promises to you to make you plead guilty?
No, Your Honor.
I will find the plea to be freely, knowingly, and voluntarily made.
Okay.
And paragraph 11 does satisfy the factual elements of the offense. Recommended sentence is 90 days in jail, but all suspended on the condition you have law-abiding behavior, and that would especially include criminal trespass. Mr. Dilley, anything to add?
No, Your Honor, it's agreed.
Mr. Haverco, anything to add?
Nothing, Your Honor. It's agreed.
Mr. Ford, do you have a right to tell me anything you wish? Is there anything you'd like me to know or think I should know?
No, that's it.
Mr. Ford, I'm going to give you credit for some time served here.
All right.
That's I'll impose 90 days in jail, give you credit for 14 days served, and suspend the balance on the condition you have law-abiding behavior, stay out of trouble. Now, I told you this when I spoke to you telephonically when you were picked up on your most recent warrant. The only reason I set bail is I kept releasing you from jail and you kept not appearing, and this was the only way I could conceive of getting you to appear at court.
Well, I didn't know where to show up at.
Well, we went over that. The Elm City Hall is
I've never been to Yelm.
in the public safety building right next to the downtown water tower. Be able to find it if you look, and also, just ask around. It's pretty easy to find out.
Okay.
Unless you have, Mr. Ford, unless you have some other hold on you, you will be released with regard
Today? So I'll release some point today then.
You will, unless you have some hold on you from some other jurisdiction.
Okay.
Ford, good luck to you. I don't want to reimpose any suspended jail time, so please, just law-abiding behavior and stay out.
Yes, Your Honor. Yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Haverco, thank you very much. See you in a bit. Any chances, Mr. Murphy? Mr. Murphy, come on up and have a seat. Had a note that you might be a little bit late, and certainly here you are. You're in connection with IOP, intensive outpatient
Yes, Your Honor. I'm scheduled with Northwest Resources. I thought my court was on the 18th, so my appointment is for today at 1 o'clock. And I'm going in there today at 1 to get my assessment done and get started with IOP. Like I said, I thought my court was tomorrow, so I was going to do it today and come in court tomorrow saying I'm enrolled.
The judgment and sentence in this matter was entered on October 14th of 2021. Now, you're supposed to get that evaluation within 90 days. Some reason why you didn't?
I've had a lot going on between moving where I was living. Do I need to have this mask on?
Oh, sure. Master, that's voluntary. If you want to wear one, you can wear one. If you don't want to wear one, you don't have to.
I've been, honestly, I've gone through a transition moving from with my grandparents in Rainier to with my girlfriend in Lacey, and trying to get everything squared away with her and where I'm living now. It honestly just slipped my mind, just kind of moving my whole life over there. It slipped my mind. Jail has been the last thing on my mind, so I kind of connect that sentence of treatment with being in jail, and I've been trying not to think about that. It's not a responsible answer, I know, but it slipped my mind.
That was, when you have jail hanging over your head, probably a good idea to make sure it doesn't slip your mind. Note on the refrigerator.
Well, I mean, she's I would have not been here today if she didn't remind me. So honestly, she's kind of handling all that stuff now and like reminding me to do my stuff, you know. I don't see me missing anything anymore.
You have an evaluation scheduled for when?
Today at 1 o'clock. With Northwest Resources on Martin Way.
Civilian position in the matter?
Well, why don't he still has a little bit of time. Maybe renote it for sometime in May.
Mr. Murphy, that's what I'm inclined to do is reschedule your matter for the second date in May. By that time, I hope you're in full compliance with whatever recommendation you get. Your record was and continues to be something of a concern to me. That I watched on the news about 5:30 this morning, accident that happened just up north. It was caught on a dash cam. Somebody went flying through a red light and killed a female passenger in a car. It was probably an impaired driver.
I'm not driving at all. I don't plan on really driving because I mean I'm living in Lacey now where I'm on the buses and there's a lot more access to things I can do. Before I was in Rainier I can't do anything unless I drive living in the middle of the
Not
woods.
unless you have a real good bicycle or a real strong legs.
Right.
I agree. But let's do that. Let's reset your matter. I'm going to wish you the best of luck. With the price of gasoline these days, I don't blame you for not driving anywhere.
Am I allowed to ask a question?
Certainly, yes.
At some point in my life down the road, I'm gonna want to get my license back. Not anytime soon, but eventually. So I've heard that they have like ticket forgiveness and things like that. With all these driving with no interlock and while suspended and all this crap or stuff.
Yep.
I know that I've got like 12 of them or something like that. A whole lot of time just kind of wasted. I didn't realize I had so many of those. How do I go about driving legally?
Well, don't need to swim that river until you get to it. But what you should do is this: first, contact the Department of Licensing and find out, exactly what your problem is with the licensing. And there is a Northwest Justice Project that does assist people with getting relicensed. Look them up and contact them. I don't have the contact information readily at hand, but I think they're pretty easy to find. And yes, reinstatement is a real possibility, especially if it's a suspension in connection with just non-payment of fines. But yeah, once you get eligible, I'd make that a project. always a good idea to be able to drive, even if you're not doing that. But Mr. Murphy, you have your next court date to be May 26th. I hope, you know, bring with you or have on file some proof that you've
Yeah.
complied. But at that point, you posted bail here. We'll exonerate bail on May 26th if you show up and everything's in order.
What does that mean?
That will release the bail back to you. I don't know whether you posted the money yourself or.
I didn't post bail. I was released on PR.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah.
That's good. Mr. Murphy, you take care of yourself. I'm editing the document, resetting your matter to May 26, 8:15 in the morning. You can get a copy of that by going to the window outside the courtroom and to your left.
Thank you.
And good luck to you catching the next bus.
Yeah.
Take care. Sir, are you here for 9 o'clock, 9:30? What's? Oh, yes. You're Michael Oden? Yes, sir. Mr. Oden, you're here for, thanks for showing up. You're here for an arraignment. I don't want to call your case until the public defender gets here to help you out with your case. So go ahead and have a seat. Mr. Hammerco should be here any moment. And when he appears, we'll address your matter. And with that, we will be in recess. Unless, not quite yet, not quite yet. Let's go back to Mr. Dooley, let's go back to the 8:15 no shows. We had a few people, oddly enough, that did not show up. First one I have is Chris Brindle, who's represented by Dan Crow.
Mr. Crow didn't turn in a notice of withdrawal. I don't know that he was going
to reappear or not. That was.
Well, it's not Mr. Brindle's first
No.
foray into alcohol and driving. $50,000 cash bond.
So ordered. 50. Next would be Amy Schwer.
I believe that she is, there's a note here, I think in a previous case out of Pierce County District Court.
Mental health evaluation.
Yeah. She may not be.
On Campos Mentis.
So I'm just inclined to. Is this an SOC? Is this a?
It's not even on her.
It's still,
She was in custody.
it's a theft third.
She's going to dismiss the charge without prejudice.
So ordered. I don't know if we have a order needed. Not now. That brings us to Miranda Williams.
This is on an SOC, Your Honor. $2,500 cash or bond and set a hearing to revoke.
So ordered. And the last would be Imanata, maybe Yoko.
Same,
an SOC.
same motion, Your Honor.
So ordered, 2,500 cash or bond. That concludes the 8:15 docket. With that, we'll go off record. On record, I'll defer to the parties for the order in which the calendar is called. Mr. Sneva, good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. Thank you. I'm here with number 7 on the 10 a.m. calendar, Kiana Perez Murray. We're on for a pretrial, Your Honor, and there is this form requesting to continue this hearing to the 28th with a waiver so we can reset those any potential trial dates. We have time to get a few things done. I've gone over this with Ms. Perez Murray and we've exchanged information, and we're asking for that reset. Thank you.
There it is. I had to hit the refresh button to which I've now learned to do instead of saying it's not here. Good morning, ma'am. At the request of your attorney, we're going to reset the matter. Just leave about how far out would you like to go?
28th of April, if we have room on that calendar.
April 28th. We're going to reset the matter until that time, give you a chance to further address the case. Remain in touch with your attorney. If you change your contact information, make sure he knows. Any questions at all?
No, sir.
I'll sign an order here in a minute, resetting the matter. To them, you'll be able to get a copy of that by going out of the courtroom, which to your left at the window.
So you're good to go. Okay. Yeah. just let me know. Okay.
Yeah,
Thank
of
you.
course.
I can't hear anything.
8766 is on the line. We don't know who that is. Would you identify yourself? We'll take your matter at this time.
Jennifer Pena?
Ms. Vania, good afternoon or good morning. We'll address your matter at this time. Mr. Steve is in the courtroom.
This is actually Mr. Haverco's case, Your Honor. What I'm going to do is take that number down. I'm going to go give it to him right now.
Area code 9. Sandy, if you'd stand by, we'll get your attorney in the courtroom here in a moment.
Okay.
Mr. Haverco's just finishing up.
We're back on record. Mr. Haverco, I'll defer to you for the order your cases are called in. Who would you like to?
We'd like to do Alani Thomas. She's number 9 on the 10 o'clock calendar. And we're proposing the court accept a stipulated order of continuance. She has no prior violations.
Ms. Thomas, good morning. Are you able to hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Thank you very much. Did you hear your attorney?
Yes, I did.
And your name for the record is Alani Elizabeth Thomas.
Yes, it is.
I'm looking at a stipulated order of continuance. It looks like it's signed by yourself and your attorney.
Well, I don't
Yes,
think,
Your Honor.
yeah,
Not
it's just
been
me.
signed.
Yeah, it's just, yeah, I haven't met with her physically, so I've signed it.
In any event, have you gone over the this agreement with your attorney?
Yes, on Sunday we did.
What this is a contract under the terms of which the case is simply put on hold for a period of 12 months. And if during that period of time you pay a probation fee in the amount of $250, have law-abiding behavior, stay out of trouble. And if your contact information address changes, to advise us of that. If you abide by that, the charge will be at the end of the year dismissed. If you violate the agreement and that's proven by the city, we'll have a hearing based on the police reports, and that would most certainly, almost certainly result in a conviction for a gross misdemeanor. You've gone over the agreement with your attorney, I take it?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you have any questions about what you're agreeing to here?
No.
Mr. Averco, anything to add?
Nothing to add, Your Honor. She has no hires and just wanted to take advantage of a situation where within her control, she can wind up getting the charge dismissed if she complies.
Ms. Thomas, that is so. It's your attorney's put you in a position where you can get a pretty serious charge dismissed, but whether that happens or not is up to that's up to you. I'm wishing you good luck. If you have any trouble making the payments on the court costs, the probation fee, make sure you let us know because we can deal with that pretty easily. Okay.
Okay, thank you. I should definitely be able to make the payments on time though.
Now we'll be sending you a copy of this agreement. I want you to read it over carefully, and if you have any questions, make sure you call Mr. Havercove. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thomas, good luck to you. You take care.
Thank you.
Probably need to sign that, Jay.
Anything else at this time?
No. In the next matter, we could take up the matter of Lewis Gallagher. That's number 4 on the 10 o'clock.
Mr. Gallagher, good morning. It looks like you're muted. If you'd unmute yourself, we'll address your matter at this time.
We've had an opportunity to discuss the matter, and it's his wish to enter a straight plea of guilty to the charge. I've prepared a statement of defense on a plea of guilty. It's a straight plea. And I was just going to ask him on the phone here just to double check. Were you able to log into the court or?
I see my video and I see the courtroom. I'm unmuted.
It's on the screen.
I'm gonna go ahead and hang it.
Okay, hang up the phone call. Okay, thank you.
The computer screen as we speak. Mr. Gallagher, good morning. For the record, is your name Lewis Edward Gallagher?
Yes, sir.
I'll turn to your attorney for the status of the matter then.
Yep, and again, matter comes on for a pretrial hearing on a theft charge. We've discussed the matter. He'd like to take care of the matter today by entering a straight plea of guilty. I prepared a statement of defense on a plea of guilty for him. He understands the rights he's giving up, and just would ask your honor to inquire. It's just a credit for time served and a small fine type of recommendation, your honor.
Mr. Gallagher, I'm looking at a statement of defendant on plea of guilty to 1 count of theft in the 3rd degree. That charge is a gross misdemeanor. The maximum penalty upon conviction, or if I accept the plea, would be 364 days in jail and or a $5,000 fine. Now, I'd be free to impose that regardless of what's recommended if I thought that appropriate. And if I accept the plea, you give up the rights contained in paragraph 5. There's no trial, no appeal, simply a sentencing. Any questions?
No, sir.
You gone over the plea process with your attorney?
Yes.
You understand it?
Yes, I do.
Then as to one count of theft in the 3rd degree alleged to have occurred within the city of Yelm on January 28, 2020, how do you plead, guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
Make that plea of your own free will.
Yes.
Anybody make any threats or promises to you to make you plead guilty?
No.
I will find the plea to be freely, knowingly, and voluntarily made, and your statement in paragraph 11 of the form does satisfy the factual elements of the offense. The recommendation I have, Mr. Dilly, anything to add to the?
No, Your Honor, it's agreed.
Mr. Haverco, anything to add?
Nothing to add, Judge.
Mr. Gallagher, you have what they call a right of elocution. Anything you think I should know before sentencing?
No, sir.
I will find I'm going to follow the recommendation made by the parties. All jail time suspended on the condition, 364 days, suspended on the condition you have law-abiding behavior, pay a $250 probation fee, and perhaps most importantly, no law violations. Stay out of trouble.
Yes, sir.
No.
No.
Mr. Gallagher, I'm going to wish you the best of luck. We're going to send you a copy of the judgment and sentence that'll be entered today, as well as a copy of your plea agreement.
Great.
I want to look those documents over carefully when you receive them, and if you have any questions at all, please give Mr. Haverco a call, okay?
Of course.
Sign off on the JNS. Mr. Gallagher, I'm going to wish you the best of luck. That concludes today's hearing. Go ahead and sign off. But again, if you have any questions at all, review the paperwork. Call Mr. Haverco. Good luck to you.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Take care of yourself.
You too.
I believe who we else have on the line is.
One moment.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay, now I'm ready.
The next matter, I believe, would be Jennifer Pena. That's number 6 on the 10 o'clock calendar.
Ms. Pena, good morning. It looks like you've unmuted yourself. Are you able to hear me?
Yes.
We'll address your matter now. Mr. Haverco is in the courtroom, and I'll turn to him for the status of the matter.
Thank you, Judge. So Ms. Pena and I had an opportunity to discuss the matter, and she is elected to, or the parties have agreed to and proposed a stipulated order of continuance. I've prepared one of those. It should be before Your Honor electronically.
I'm looking at that now. Ms. Pena, I'm looking at a stipulated order of continuance. Have you gone over the terms of this agreement with your attorney? Excuse me.
Yes, sir.
This is it's a contract your attorney has negotiated with the city under the terms of which This criminal charge can be dismissed if a couple of things happen. One, you pay a probation fee and that you stay out of trouble. Most importantly, you stay out of trouble for over the next year. If you do that, the charge is dismissed. Now, in return for the agreement, if you violate it and the city proves that, we'll have a hearing based on the police reports, and that would almost certainly result in a conviction of a theft charge. You don't want to go there. You're in a position of being able to get this charge dismissed. I urge you to take advantage of that. Now I'm going to sign off on the agreement. We'll be sending you a copy of it once you receive it. I want you to read it over carefully and then give your attorney a call if you don't understand or have any question about anything that it contains. Okay?
Okay, I do have a question. You said a theft charge. That is not what it was.
Pardon?
You said a theft charge, but that is not what it was.
Oh, Ms. Pena, we see a lot of cases and the judge may have said theft. What he meant to say
Assault in the
was
fourth
assault in
degree,
fourth
sorry.
degree. Yeah. So, yeah.
Ms. Pena, I was looking at the wrong page in the docket. The state, I mistook your case for another one. No, what you were charged with was assault in the fourth degree. Again, that also is a gross misdemeanor. The maximum penalty would be 364 days and or a $5,000 fine. Hopefully, we'll be able to dismiss that charge a year down the road, okay?
Yes.
Thank you, Ms. Pena. You take care and have a good day.
Thanks, you too.
Sorry, Dan.
And on the 10 o'clock, I could just tell the court on Mr. Appleby. That's number 1 on the 10 o'clock. I think someone contacted me, or I looked it up. A few days ago, he was in the Olympia Municipal Jail. I didn't check this morning, so I don't know if he's there. So I can't. So I can't say, were he not in jail, would he have been here? That's the question.
Checking the roster as we speak. The one thing we know for sure is he's not here.
So I haven't had any contact with Mr. Appleby.
And the docket indicates the box was checked, necessitating his presence here. Mr. Dilly, any motion?
$5,000 cash or bond.
So ordered. And Mr. Aberco, you haven't had any contact with him?
No, I have not. And then the number 5 on the 10 o'clock, there's a Clifford Jones, and I've not had contact with him.
And it looks like this is one of several warrants he has out for his arrest. He was field booked.
Do we need to set this for, I don't see the indication where the box was.
He is field booked. There wouldn't be, so we have to reset it.
Okay.
We'll reset that for a hearing with notice to Mr. Jones. 3 records, 3 warrants on his record don't give me a lot of confidence that he will reappear, but that's what we have to do.
On number 8,
But I
that's,
will find for the record that his presence is necessary for the advancement of the case. And Victoria,
Sartori.
yep,
I had some old contact info for her. I tried all of her numbers and none of them worked, but I happen to have an old email address and sent her an email and she responded. And so she sent me one this morning. She responded, I emailed her towards the beginning of the week and she responded on Thursday or, well, actually it was this 1 a.m.
this morning.
This morning. First, she said, I just got your message. I couldn't sleep and decided to go through my email. I will be there early tomorrow. If we can talk then, see you there. And then while I'm here, I got another email at 9 o'clock. Says, is it possible to postpone this hearing? Me and 2 of my kids woke up sick, like puking sick. I don't want a warrant for FTA, but I don't think I'm gonna make it. If I end up with a FTA, what do I do to clear it up? Am I able to appear at the next walking court, or can it be a scheduled hearing? I don't know what to do. So I guess I would say,
She ordinarily shows up.
yeah, she usually does.
My
So,
recollection is,
yeah, and usually in the past, I have had contact with her.
and she did email you back, so.
Yeah, so I guess I would just ask the court to note the failure to appear for speedy trial purposes, not issue a warrant, and maybe just reset with notice, and I'll try to get her phone number and.
Mr. Dilly, any objection, any?
No
but
objection.
that's, I think since she's been in touch, we'll reset it to the next court date, the 31st.
Sure. And I believe that's all my 10 o'clocks, and it's not quite 11, so the 11s aren't late. It's not 11s. Oh. Oh.
Dylan Caddy is Josh's client, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 FTAs on his record. He might not show up today.
Terrific.
Back on record, call the matter of Yelm versus Katie and Buckingham. I understand that that Ms. Buckingham and Mr. Mucklestone are now present. Mr. Mucklestone, good morning. Looks like you're muted. We'll address your matter at this time. Good morning.
Good morning to you, Your Honor. How are you?
So far, so good. How about yourself?
Real good, thanks. We have a motion to continue on the defense side, and Ms. Buckingham is present via Zoom. And I don't believe there's an objection. We're asking the court to set this over to, I believe, the the 28th of April, if that works.
That that does work, unless city, is that okay with the city?
No objection, Your Honor.
Ms. Buckingham, good morning. Looks like you're muted. If you'd unmute yourself, let me know when you have. Here, thank you. Thumbs up. That's the request of yourself and your attorney. We're resetting your matter to the this matter to the 28th. Stay in touch with your attorney, and we'll address. We'll talk to you again at the at that time. Any questions at all?
Thank you very much, Your Honor.
We'll be sending you a copy, and your attorney a copy of today's order on that case.
Thank you, Your Honor. We'll see you next time.
This time, if you wish, you take care of yourself, stay in touch with your attorney, and we'll talk to you in a month. Good luck. Back on record, once again, defer to the parties for the order in which cases are called.
And Your Honor, we're ready to proceed on numbers 1 and 2 on Ms. Ash, numbers 1 and 2 on the 11 o'clock calendar. We do have a plea form in the NO courts for the court to review. What
I'm
we're
looking
doing
at it now.
today is she'll be pleading guilty to the criminal trespass count. Upon successful entrance to that plea, count 2 will be dismissed. The theft charge, all the time suspended with a $250 fee. We would like to be heard on sentencing. Thank you.
Good morning, Ms. Asher. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, I am.
Thank you very much. Were you able to hear what your attorney just said?
Yes,
And for the record, your name is Kristen Fay Ash.
yes,
Ms. Ash, I'm looking at a statement of defendant on one plea of, on a plea of guilty to 1 count of criminal trespass, 2nd degree. Have you gone over the plea form with your attorney?
yes.
Now, the plea form tells me you're 31 years of age and you do have a GED. Any trouble understanding the plea form?
No,
I accept the plea. You give up the rights contained in paragraph 5, no trial, no appeal, simply a sentencing which could be up to 90 days in jail or a $1,000 fine. You understand that?
yes, Your Honor.
With that in mind, as to 1 count of criminal trespass, 2nd degree, alleged to have occurred within the city of Yelm on September 20th, 2018. How do you plead, guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
You make that plea of your own free.
Yes,
Anybody make any threats or promises to you to make you plead guilty?
no,
I will find the plea to be freely, knowingly, and voluntarily made, and your statement in paragraph 11 does satisfy the factual elements. I've got the recommendation as to sentence. Mr. Steve, anything further on that?
Yeah, Your Honor, I just wanted to let the court know, Miss Ash has made a tremendous amount of progress since she was, well, these are 2018 cases since this occurred. She's recently completed the 7-month inpatient program. She's been over a year with DOC supervision without 1 violation. So she's really turned things around. Sounds like she's pending some employment. She lives in Spokane now and looks like she's got a job that is just pending the final approval. So things that she's really turned things around, and we're asking that the court follow this recommendation. Thank you.
Mr. Dilly, anything to add?
It's agreed, Your Honor.
Ms. Ash, anything you'd like me to know at all before I impose sentence? You have a right to tell me anything you think I should hear. You don't have
I think my attorney just kind of said it all. I just have done like a complete 180 in my life and I'm a 100% different person. So
It certainly sounds like it, and you certainly look like it. You look very healthy and you look very happy, and that's always just a wonderful thing to see. It sounds like you've had kind of a rough patch in life, but it looks like things have done a 180 to this. I'm going to follow the recommendation. It's 90 days, all suspended on the condition you have law-abiding behavior, and pay a $250 probation fee. Now, if you have trouble making the payments on that, we'll send you a schedule for the payments. Let us know if there's a problem. We can easily deal with that. Most importantly is stay on the path you're on, and it all will be well. Any questions?
okay. Nope, that's it.
Keep smiling. Good luck to you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, man.
Hey, Josh. Yeah, let's just dismiss 9 altogether.
And for the record, the theft charge is dismissed.
Okay, good.
We're ready in just a moment with another matter.
Ms. Ash, that concludes the hearing. Once again, we're going to send you a copy of today's paperwork, and once you've reviewed that, any question at all, give Mr. Steve a call, and he'll be glad to talk to you, okay?
Okay, sounds good. Bye.
Take care.
I could ask her for her number. That's fine, and then I'll call her in a minute.
Still catching up.
Okay. Okay, Ms. Harris, can you hear me?
Yeah,
This is Josh Sneva. I'm the attorney assigned to your case. Could I get a phone number so I could give you a call here in a couple of minutes?
yeah. It's 253-232-3452.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. I'll call you in a few minutes. Thank you.
Yep.
Your Honor, we can do a little bit of housekeeping. That's the 9:45, Michael Oden. City moving to dismiss that case with prejudice.
So ordered. Mr. Oden was here and is now left. The case is dismissed. There is the order. I'll just check the dismissed box. If they needed to or not, but dismissed with prejudice. We'll go back on. Now back on record, Mr. Steve, I'll defer to you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Next, I'd like to call numbers 9 and 10 on the 11 o'clock calendar. Brandon Stuthite. Mr. Stuthite comes on today, Your Honor, for 2 pre-trials. There should be a plea form in the court's O court file. We're going to be pleading to the theft charge in count 10, in calendar number 10. Upon successful entrance to that plea, the other charge will be dismissed. We are asking to be heard on sentencing. This is agreed recommendation, however. Thank you.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Good morning, sir. Is your full name Brandon Lewis Studheit?
Yes, it is, Your Honor.
You disagree with anything at all, Mr. Steve just said?
No, I don't.
Looks like you've reached an agreement under the terms of which you're going to plead guilty to 1 count of theft in the 3rd degree, and then we're going to dismiss on the motion as part of the agreement that DWS 3rd and operating vehicle without ignition interlock. Is that your understanding?
Yes.
Plea form, yeah, you have to answer out loud.
Yes.
The plea form tells me your full name is Brandon Lewis Studheit. Am I pronouncing that right?
Yes.
You're 34 years of age and you have a GED.
Yes, I do.
Any problem understanding the plea form at all?
No, Your Honor.
If I accept the plea, you give up the rights contained in paragraph 5, no trial, no appeal, and you could be sentenced up to 364 days in jail and or a $5,000 fine, since that 3rd is a gross misdemeanor. You realize that?
Yes, I do.
With that in mind, as to 1 count of theft 3rd degree alleged to have occurred within the city of Yelm on February 12, 2022, how do you plead guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
Do you make that plea of your own free will?
Yes, I do.
Anybody make any threats or promises to you to make you plead guilty?
No, Your Honor.
I will find the plea to be freely, knowingly, and voluntarily made, and your statement in paragraph 11 does satisfy the factual elements. Mr. Steve, I understand the recommendation to be all jail time suspended.
It is, Your Honor, and Mr. Stuthite's taking responsibility for this at his first opportunity to do so. He understands he can't be going into that store again, and he's not going to be. Thank you.
And a recommended fine would be?
The $250 probation fee is the extent of that, Your Honor, for the bench.
Does the city have anything to add?
Nothing to add, Your Honor.
So, Sid, you have a right to tell me anything you think I should know. You don't have to say anything. You can rely on your attorney's statements, but now's the time. If you have anything you think I ought to hear from you.
Yeah, I don't have anything to say, Your Honor.
Think it's a fair recommendation?
Yes.
I do too. I think I'm going to follow it. All jail time, 364 days suspended on the condition you have law-abiding behavior and pay over time a $250 probation fee. There'll be a payment schedule set forth in the final paperwork. Now, if there's a problem making the payments, let us know. We can deal with that. The lesson to take from this is keep in mind that all jail time is suspended on these conditions. Law-abiding behavior being the most important one. Stay out of trouble. You are taking responsibility for what a mistake that was made. We all make them, and the important thing is to learn from them and not repeat them. Okay?
Yep.
Any questions at all?
No, Your Honor.
If you'll go to the window outside the courtroom and to your left, you can get a copy of today's paperwork. It's going to take me a moment to sign off on that, and once I do, a copy will be available for you.
All right. Thank you.
Mr. Studheit, good luck to you, and thank you for your patience,
Thank you.
and you as well.
And Your Honor, please tell me when you're ready, and I'll call the next one.
I will
Keep stepping all over everybody when I try to guess.
have to click buttons and go.
I wish they would put it like this, like a red light, green light deal.
Yeah,
So we know.
Oh, that'd be great.
And so we know when the other person's done. That's the, yeah.
That way I'll be able to stop saying "Daddy shot, Daddy shot."
Yeah, exactly. Well, I have this in Olympia now. We do the same thing with Judge Alf. I'm like, he's like, oh. And,
Hold on.
No, then he's like, oh, you can go now. And I'm like, oh, I didn't know. I was waiting. So.
And once again, I'm having trouble closing a document once I'm done with it. Takes a while to get there, but now I'm ready. Go
Thank
ahead.
you, Your Honor. The next matter we have should be on the phone. Miss Harris, number 4 off the 11 o'clock.
Marissa Harris. Yeah, that's-
And similarly, Your Honor, Miss Harris, her and I have had a chance to meet. There's a plea form in the court file in this matter, and we're asking the court to accept it with an agreed recommendation.
Ms. Harris, good morning. It looks like you're muted. If you'd unmute yourself, we'll take your matter at this time.
Can you hear me?
I certainly can. Thank you. Your attorney has indicated to me that you're ready to proceed this matter. What I'm looking at on the computer screen here is a statement of defendant on plea of guilty to 1 count of theft in the 3rd degree. Now that charge is what they call a gross misdemeanor. The maximum penalty would be 364 days incarceration and or a $5,000 fine if I accept the plea. So, do you understand that?
Yes.
Now the plea form tells me your full name is Marissa Leslie Ann Harris, and you're 24 years of age, having gone through the 10th grade in school.
Yeah.
Any issues in understanding the plea process?
No.
You give up the rights contained in paragraph 5 if I accept the plea, no trial, no hearing, no sentence. There'll just be a simple sentencing and without the option of an appeal. You realize that?
Yes.
With that in mind, Ms. Harris, as to a 1 count of theft 3rd degree alleged to have occurred within the city of Yelm on September 29th of 2016, how do you plead, guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
We will. Do you make that plea of your own free will?
Yes.
Anybody make any threats or promises to you to make you plead guilty?
No.
We'll find the plea to be freely, knowingly, and voluntarily made. Mr. Steva, as to the sentence, it looks like the recommendation is 364, 352.
Credit for 12 days.
Credit for 12 days served, a probation fee in the amount of $250.
Yes, Your Honor, we're asking that the court follow that. This is a really old case, and a lot of, if you notice on her DCH, this activity's stopped a number of years ago, which is good. And also she did do 12 days on this, so I do think it's appropriate. Thank you.
Mr. Deli, anything to add? Ms. Harris, you have a right to tell me anything you think I should hear. You don't have to say anything, but now's the time if you do have anything to tell me.
Okay. I'm okay.
But, Ms. Harris, yes, as your attorney indicated, this case goes back a few years, but it sounds like there's been kind of a continental shift in your life. That's for that reason, I'm going to follow the recommendation made. 364 days in jail, credit for 12 days served, 352 suspended on 2 conditions: law-abiding behavior and pay a $250 probation fee, which you can do over time.
Okay.
So I want to thank you for finally stepping up to the plate and addressing the matter, and I'm going to wish you the best of luck. Now we're going to do a copy of today's statement of defendant and also a judgment and sentence form. Now I want you to look those over carefully, and if you have any questions about what they contain, give Mr. Sneva a call, okay?
Okay.
Sarah, good luck to you. You take care, and again, thank you for appearing.
Of course. Have a nice day.
You as well.
You want me to? Yeah, sorry. Okay.
She's on. No, but she's on.
Could we ask who that other one is? What's the last four? Okay. Ms. Humphrey, could you please give us your phone number so we could have Mr. Haverco give you a call?
Yeah, it's 253-316-1811. And I noticed you guys also have my an incorrect address for me also.
Okay, well, Mr. Haverco will get that information from you. He's going to give you a call in just a moment.
Okay, you know what? I left my phone at home, so let me give you the phone number of the phone that I'm on right now. Are you ready for it?
Hang on.
Hang on a second.
I apologize.
What's the other number?
253-213-3171.
213-3171?
Yep.
Okay.
Have phone number 5169, ending in that is. You're muted right now. If you'd unmute yourself and tell us who you are, we'll address your matter. Again, phone number ending 5169. You need to unmute and identify yourself.
And unmute is star 6, isn't it?
Yeah.
Star 6 to unmute.
Hello?
Hey, good morning.
Hello?
Identify yourself.
Good morning. Huh?
Could you tell us who you are?
My name is John Knowles.
Mr. Knowles, good morning. Thank you for checking in.
Good morning. I tried getting on the. I tried for half an hour. Finally, I got on it. I've been real panicking, trying to get it. I didn't want to miss court.
And that's Mr. Haverco's case. Give him a call in just a moment.
Mr. Knowles, you're
Yes, sir.
Mr. Haverco. He's not in the courtroom now. He will call you in a moment.
Okay.
So go ahead and stand by.
Do you need the phone number to this phone?
Just stand by and you'll get a telephone call from Mr. Haverco in a moment.
Okay, here's my phone number. I got a new number. It's 253-676-5169.
We have it. Good. Thank you.
So I just hang up and wait for you to call me?
If that's that's the number you're calling in on, yes. To get it for you, you'll have to sign out and then wait for him to call you.
All right, thank you.
And Your Honor, I'm ready to go through. There's only a handful left on my calendar that didn't appear. We could address those if we have a moment.
I think it's docket numbers 1, 2, and 3 on, or 2 and 3 on page 7.
Yes, 2 and 3 on page 7. I don't have any information to provide the court on either of those. It looks like one already has a warrant issued, and maybe the person, well, I'll just stop talking, but it looks like one already has one.
So for number 2, that's Dylan Caddy. Why don't we go ahead and forfeit the bond and $10,000 cash or bond?
Is he posted a bond? I don't think we.
He's currently in warrant status. This was supposed to be a cautionary.
We'll just leave the warrant. I think just leave the warrant in effect. It looks like 1, 2, 3, 4. He's already. This is be number 6. FTA did not really expect him to appear today. And that leaves Logan Kenneth Elliott. Any information on?
No information there, unfortunately, Your Honor.
5,000 cash or bond.
So ordered.
And then my next matter, and I believe my last matter, is Mr. Peven on the 8 o'clock.
Adam Wesley Peven.
There's a assault for criminal trespass, 5,000 cash or bond each.
The box was checked. So ordered.
the end for me today.
Just for today, let's say.
It's for
We hope
today.
that's-
So if she's still on the line, Leah Humphrey.
We're back on record. Mr. Everco, I'll defer to you for the order in which the calendar is called. Now that we're on record.
Well, if we're, yeah, let's see if we could maybe call number 5 on the 11 o'clock. It's the Leah Humphrey.
Ms. Humphrey, you're now present. You're muted. If you'd unmute yourself, we'll address this. We'll address your case at this time.
Here we go.
Hey, thank you. I just heard that. Are you able to hear us?
Yes, I can.
I'll defer to Mr. Haverco for the status of the matter.
Thank you, Your Honor. Had an opportunity to discuss the case with Ms. Humphrey. I think the parties have come to an agreement. She's proposing to, by agreement, plead guilty to the amended charge of criminal trespass in the second degree. And then the recommendation would be 90 days in jail, all suspended on the condition that for the next 12 months, she not have any criminal law violations and pay a $250 probation fee. She may want to make payments.
Ms. Humphrey, do you disagree with anything that Mr. Haverco just said?
No, sir.
For the record, your full name is Leah Renee Humphrey?
Yep.
Humphrey, I'm looking at a statement of defendant on plea of guilty to an amended charge of one count of criminal trespass in the...
I'm in Yelm Court right now.
Oh, you are? Okay,
Yes.
well, businesses are calling, wanting to know what you're
Oh,
doing.
I'm sorry. There's a police officer knocking on my door, wondering why I'm sitting in my car.
No, the business does.
Okay.
So, that's fine. You just pulled
Okay.
over to be on
Yes,
Zoom court.
yes.
All right. Tell Judge Meyer I said hi. I'll
Oh,
go.
what's your name?
It's fine. Don't worry about it.
Okay.
Go ahead and continue. You're fine.
Okay, thank you. I'm so sorry. I apologize.
Whatever that was, that's okay.
It was a police officer knocking on my door, wondering why I was sitting in my car on my phone.
Ms. Humphrey, are you still there?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
I certainly can. Plea form tells me you're 33 years of age. Any issues at all understanding the plea form?
No.
Have you gone over the plea process with your attorney?
Yes.
And did he answer any questions you might have?
Yeah.
If I accept the plea, you give up the rights contained in paragraph 5 of the plea form. No trial, no appeal, simply a sentencing which could result in up to 90 days in jail and or a $1,000 fine. This being a simple misdemeanor. You realize that?
Yes, sir.
As to one count of criminal trespass, second degree, alleged to have occurred within the city of Yelm on August 23rd, 2018. How do you plead, guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
You make that plea of your own free will.
Yes, sir.
Anybody make any threats or promises to you to make you plead guilty?
No.
I will find the plea to be freely, knowingly, and voluntarily made, and your statement of paragraph 11 does satisfy the factual elements. I understand the plea recommendation. Is there anything you'd like to tell me?
No, sir.
Travico, anything further?
Nothing to add, Your Honor.
Mr.
It's
Doe,
just
anything
it's an
further?
older case.
Nothing
Just
further.
here to take care of it and ask the court to follow the recommendation.
Ms. Humphrey, I'll follow the recommendation. 90 days in jail, all suspended for a period of a year on the condition you have law-abiding behavior, and less importantly, pay a $250 probation fee. We will send you a schedule for the payment of that. If you have any issues making the fine payments, what I want you to do is contact your attorney, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Now, we will send you a copy of your statement of defendant on plea of guilty, as well as a copy of the judgment and sentence entered in this matter. What I want you to do is review both instruments carefully and then call your attorney if you have any questions about that you might have about what the forms mean, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Humphrey, thank you for your patience. You take care of yourself and have a good day.
You too. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Ready.
Next matter would be number 7 on the 11 o'clock. It's John Knowles.
Mr. Knowles, good morning again. We're going to address your matter at this time. You're going to need to unmute yourself, please. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, sir, I am.
We'll address your matter at this time. Mr. Havercall, I'll turn to you.
Thank you, Your Honor. I've had an opportunity to discuss the case with Mr. Knowles. I believe the parties have reached an agreement. He's going to enter a straight plea of guilty to the amended charge of criminal trespass in the second degree. City's recommendation will be 90 days in jail, all 90 days suspended for 1 year on the condition that he have no new criminal law violations and pay a $250 fine. Or actually, I misspoke, $250 probation fee.
Mr. Knowles, do you disagree with anything your attorney just said?
No.
The record, your name is John Daniel Knowles.
Yes, sir, it is.
Have you gone over the plea process with your attorney?
Yes, sir.
And did your attorney answer any questions you might have about the process?
Yes.
I accept the plea. You give up the rights contained in paragraph 5, no trial, no appeal, simply a sentencing, which could be up to 90 days in jail and or a $1,000 fine, this being a simple misdemeanor. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir, I do.
And with regard to an amended charge of criminal trespass, second degree, alleged to have occurred within the city of Yelm on June 3rd, 2021, how do you plead, guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
Make that plea of your own free will.
Yes, sir.
Anybody make any threats or promises to you to make you plead guilty?
No.
I'll find the plea to be freely, knowingly, and voluntarily made, and your statement in paragraph 11 does satisfy the factual elements. I've heard the recommendation. Is there anything you'd like to tell me?
Yeah, I'm sorry for being stupid sometimes.
Mr. Havercall, anything further?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Mr. Knowles, I'm going to follow the recommendation, 90 days in jail, suspended on the condition you have law-abiding behavior. Now, sometimes I get tired of saying that. There's also a $250 probation fee. If you have trouble making the payments, you need to let us know. But I'd like to see you learn from your experiences in court and not have to go to court in the future. Is that possible?
Yes, I'm working hard at that, sir. I apologize.
Hey, Mr. Knowles, I'm going to wish you the best of luck. You take care of yourself. We will be mailing you today's documents. Please review them carefully and call Mr. Havercall if you have any questions, okay?
Okay, you have a nice day and God bless you.
Hey, and God bless you too. You take care. Have a good one.
Goodbye.
Take care.
Looks like we just have 1, 2.
I think there's only one of mine that I think, as far as no shows, I think I just have Mr. Justice, number 6, with whom I've had no contact.
I'm still trying to find my way back to the dashboard.
$5,000 cash or bond, Mr. Justice.
Excuse me. Brian Edward Justice, the box is check, 5,000 cash or bond. So ordered. Red, you take care. Don't go Afternoon, we're out now on record for the 1 o'clock arraignment calendar. Before I call you up one at a time, I need to advise everyone present of a few things. One, you do have a right to have a lawyer represent you at all stages of any criminal proceeding, including today's hearing, which is your arraignment. I will appoint Mr. Haverco to enter a plea on your behalf. He will discuss with you later as to whether or not you qualify for a public defender throughout the course of your matter, but that has to be done out of my hearing. Typically, today a plea of not guilty has been entered. That preserves your rights until you can have what they call a pretrial conference, chance to review the case, discuss it with an attorney, and decide whether the case can be resolved by agreement or not. If it can't be agreed to as to how a case is to be disposed of, you do have a right to a public and speedy jury trial in the county where the offense was alleged to have been committed. If you have any question about what you're charged with, what your rights are, go ahead and ask either myself or Mr. Haverco, who's the public defender. We'll start with Thomas Banks. Is Thomas Banks in the courtroom? Mr. Banks, if you'd step forward and have a seat at the council table. We'll address your matter. Is your full name Thomas George Banks? Mr. Banks, the citation I'm looking at alleges that on or about May 14th of 2021, you committed the offense of driving a license suspended or revoked in the second degree. That charge is what they call a gross misdemeanor. The maximum penalty on conviction to be 364 days in jail and or a $5,000 fine. I'll turn to Mr. Haverco for the entry of a plea on your behalf.
Thank you, Your Honor. Stipulate to probable cause, ask the court to enter a not guilty plea.
Plea of not guilty has been entered on your behalf. We'll set it for a pretrial. That will be on April 14th. That is roughly a month from today. We'll sign an order on today's hearing. Conditions release are, of course, law-abiding behavior, and that would include don't drive unless you're licensed and insured. City wish for any other conditions release?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Banks, any question at all?
Before you go.
That concludes.
Need you to sign this pad.
As you're seeing, everything is done electronically now, which is actually a little slower than doing it by paper, but thank you.
298 7646.
Okay.
Mr. Banks, you can get a copy of today's order, which will have Mr. Haverco's contact information on it. Make sure you stay in touch with him. You can get a copy of today's order by going to the window out of the courtroom and to your immediate left.
Thank you.
Hey, thank you, sir. Thank you for your patience, and see you next month. Next would be Christina Bodenmiller. Is Christina Bodenmiller in the courtroom? Ms. Bodenmiller, good afternoon. Is your full name Christina, middle initial J, Bodenmiller?
Yes.
Citation I have alleges that on or about March 11th, 2022, you committed the offenses of one hit and run unattended, and then also driving a license suspended or revoked in the third degree. Each of those is what they call a misdemeanor. The maximum penalty on conviction for each would be 90 days in jail and or a $1,000 fine. I'll ask Mr. Haverco to enter a plea on your behalf at this time.
Stipulate to probable cause, Your Honor. Ask the court to enter not guilty, please.
Ms. Bodenmiller, any questions at all about anything that just happened? An officer has to have probable cause to, which means a reasonable basis upon which to issue a ticket, and that's what this is all, that's part of what this is about. Your hearing next will be on April 28th, at 11 o'clock in the morning. And the order on today's hearing will have Mr. Haverco's contact information on it. I'm going to ask you to give him a telephone number, contact information with you. Spode Miller, that concludes today's hearing. If you have no questions, again, you can get a copy of today's order by going to the window outside the courtroom and to your left. Thank you for appearing. Thank you for your patience, and see you in April. Is Dana D. Brown in the courtroom? Does not answer. How about David Rodney Green? Does not answer. That brings us to Bailey Marie Cowley. I'm mispronouncing that, I'm sure. Does not answer. Travis Keener. Does not answer as well. How about Anthony Navarro? We'll proceed to Kyle Parker.
Your Honor, city has a motion in Mr. Parker's matter.
Okay.
City moves to amend the charge from detail list 3rd degree to no vol 2nd degree. Recommend $150 fine.
Mr. Parker, do you know what just happened? When you walked in here, you were charged with a criminal offense. Driving a license suspended or revoked is a criminal offense. 3rd degree would subject you to 90 days in jail as a possibility of convicted. The city has amended the charge to a civil infraction, which means there isn't any jail time, can't be. All I can do is, if you admit the infraction, impose a fine, and that concludes the matter. Any question about what I just said? No, sir. Do you admit or deny that when you were cited on March 6, 2022, you didn't have a valid license? Yes, sir. I'll impose a $150 fine as recommended by the city, unless you have something to say about that. I think the question I would ask is, do you know what it's going to take to get your license reinstated?
I was told by the prosecutor of Lewis County that there was a law had came up in Thursday that that all of those charges were going to be dropped.
Always a good idea to get that taken care of if you can.
Yes, sir.
I'm signing the order on today's hearing. What I want you to do is get a copy of today's order at the window you heard outside the courtroom to your left.
Yes, sir.
And if you have any difficulty at all making the payments or can't afford them, get a hold of us. We can certainly deal with that if need be. But again, do what you can to get your license reinstated.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Parker, thank you for appearing. Thank you for your patience. You have a great day. John Rios is in the courtroom, does not answer. How about Danielle Weaver? Good afternoon, ma'am. Is your full name Danielle Leveda?
Yes.
Weaver?
Yes.
If there's a way of mispronouncing the name, I'm gonna do it.
That was all right.
Citation I have alleges that on or about March 4th of 2020, you committed the offense of theft in the 3rd degree. That charge is what they call a gross misdemeanor. The maximum penalty upon conviction would be 364 days in jail and or a $5,000 fine. I will ask at this time to have Mr. Haverco enter a plea on your behalf with regard to the charge.
Thank you, Your Honor. Would stipulate to probable cause as the court did or not guilty plea.
Plea of not guilty has been entered on your behalf, Ms. Weaver, setting the matter for a pretrial conference. That will be on April 14th at 11 o'clock in the morning. Again, today's order, you already heard me say this, we'll have the contact information with your attorney on in the body of the order. And I want you to give Mr. Haverco a contact number before you leave, if you can do that.
Yeah.
So sign right.
Do we have anybody in the?
And what is your?
360-880. It's 4015. Or I need another phone.
Oh, you have another one?
Yeah, I should, I need my reference, because sometimes it's hard to repeat.
Sure.
That's 360-890-0622. Perfect.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Ms. Weaver, thank you for appearing. Thank you for your patience. You take care. We'll see you here on April 14th. And Mr. Dilly,
That looks about it, huh?
there's nobody else in the courtroom except us, and nobody awaiting us on Zoom. That concludes the hearing.
All right. Well, you guys enjoy the rest of the week. Have a great weekend.
Okay, I'll check with the management here on the over-under.
Perfect. I'll talk to you later.
Take care and have a good day.
You too.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Relax, take it easy. You're a little late, but no problem at all. No problem. Just catch your breath and we'll address
My
your matter.
GPS kept taking me over there. I ran around the whole block.
Oh, no, just relax, catch your breath. Is your full name Dana D. Brown?
Yes, it is.
Ms. Brown, the citation I have alleges that on or about March 5, 2022, you committed the offense of operating a motor vehicle without ignition interlock when required to have that by the Department of Licensing. That's a gross misdemeanor. The maximum penalty on conviction would be 364 days in jail and or a $5,000 fine. You have a right to have a lawyer represent you at all stages of a criminal proceeding. I'm going to appoint Mr. Haverco to represent you in this hearing and enter a plea on your behalf. And he will talk to you out of my hearing as to whether you're qualified for a lawyer at public expense at a later date. Mr. Haverco?
Thank you, Your Honor. We would stipulate to probable cause and ask the court to enter a not guilty plea.
Plea of not guilty has been entered. That preserves your rights. We set the matter for a pretrial conference. That will be on April 28th at 10 o'clock in the morning. And now you know exactly where to go. Purpose of a pretrial is to discuss a resolution of the case, if that can be done without having to go to trial. If that can't be done, you do have a right to a public and speedy jury trial in the county where the offense is alleged to have been committed. You're also cited with 3 infractions. We'll calendar those right along with the criminal offense. You don't need to do anything with those tickets. So that concludes the hearing. I'm going to sign an order setting the next hearing, giving you log information if you have to appear on Zoom. It'll also have the contact information for Mr. Havercombe. And make sure he has a phone number so he can get a hold of you. If you do that,
Sign right here. So you'll be given some, you're actually appointed to you've actually been appointed to Josh Snuba. It's one of our defenders.
Okay.
And we'll get his contact information. And when you get that information, I'll reach out to him.
So who's gonna give me the information?
When you go to the counter, because before you leave, go to the counter, just go out the door, turn left, go to the counter.
Okay.
And they'll give you the information.
Okay.
Yeah. And
That's
then,
it?
yeah. They're pretty good.
and ma'am, the conditions of release, of course, law of any behavior, and that would include no drive unless you have ignition interlock, if that's required by the department. And that's something you need to discuss with Mr. Hamilton. But relax, take it easy, and we hadn't issued any warrants for anybody's arrest, so you're perfectly good to go.
Thank you.
But again, stop at the counter and get a copy of today's order, and we'll see you there next month. go on record and we'll address the matter. Good afternoon, ma'am. Are you Verity Toback?
Yes.
Ms. Toback, you asked for a mitigation hearing with regard to a ticket you got, failure to renew expired registration greater than 2 months. You've renewed registration now?
Yeah, I did.
Okay, great. Any reason why? I know a lot of people, I used to get the renewal notice in the mail, but with COVID, sometimes Department of Licensing isn't
Yeah,
getting to that.
I never got like a letter or anything. And it was my first car. I've never really had to deal with this before. So it just didn't cross my mind.
Well,
But I got it taken care of.
But it's $231. Why don't we do this? I can reduce it to the minimum, which is $100, and can you pay that like at $25 a month?
Yeah,
Let's do it that way.
Okay.
Prepare a disposition. Yeah, I'm not sure what the deal is with the Department of Licensing, whether they're shorthanded or it's COVID related or what. Sometimes I get a renewal notice, sometimes I don't. Everything is electronic now, but I'm now signing a disposition, $100 at $25 a month. First payment would be due April 17th, so a month from now. I'll give you a little grace period. I'm sure they didn't renew your registration for free. I know they didn't do that. But you can get a copy of today's order by when you leave the courtroom and go back to the window outside and ask, and you'll be given a copy of today's order. Any questions?
No.
Well, thank you for coming in. You take care, and
Thank you.
you have a good day. And
I have one question. If
Sure.
my car doesn't start, can one of you come jump it? I've been having car issues.
do what now?
If my car doesn't start, would one of you be willing to come jump it for me?
I'm not understanding.
She's having car troubles. If it doesn't start, if someone give her a jump.
Oh, gosh, I have cables, but I'm
I
sure we
have-
can get somebody from PD to,
Okay.
oh boy, what a nuisance. That guy should. Go to the glass window and we'll go to from that to the warrants, to the no-shows from the 1 o'clock calendar. The first one is David Rodney Green. Mr. Green, I dealt with him in custody, did find probable cause at that time. I found for criminal trespass, first degree and theft, third degree, $2,500 cash. Next would be Miley and Marie Holloway, docket number 6. I do find probable cause from the police report for a citation for theft, third, $2,500 cash. And Travis Keena, that's he's been released. These cases they keep adding up, but I find probable cause for disorderly conduct on 129-22, Malbus 3. There's an active warrant on that as well, and of course find probable cause for crime trespass first degree, March 2nd, 2022. Oh, 1,000 cash bond. I don't think it matters. Anthony Navarro, he has apparently a lot of other warrants, but find probable cause for theft, third, and crime trespass 1, $2,500 Casher Pond. And then there would be John Rios. I find probable cause for the issue sue him of a 4th degree assault DV case 2500 Casher Pond. I think we've covered everybody we have. And with that, we'll go off record for the day.